Marshall got dumped from technical affairs, goes, you have to go to the code meetings. Right? Because you started pretty soon after you.
Yeah. Yeah, they gave me on the technical stuff. It's okay. I had to take all the cobwebs off my HVAC knowledge. That's for sure. Hi,
Marshall Staff from Urban Green.
Hi. Oh, right. Sure.
How you been? Good.
Yes, I have.
Good work.
Like a while ago. Yeah.
Well, it's easy once an ultimatum is made.
That's easy when you have no choice.
That's right.
Well,
You can ask me.
No, I agree that sometimes we know all the sides now.
Hey, Gary? Gary?
Yes. Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Is John Lee there?
Say again, Ray?
Is John Lee there with you?
John Lee is here. We're the only two council members here, though.
I didn't even know.
No Tom Vanderbeek?
No Tom Vanderbeek yet.
John.
Okay. 6, we have a quorum.
Is that Maria?
Yes, Maria. Yes, it's Maria.
Yes. Morning, Maria.
Morning.
Morning.
You're awfully lonely, Maria.
I know, it's terrible. I'd rather be there.
We would rather be there.
Oh, speak for yourself, right? Yeah.
Oh, she's gone.
Before we start, anyone wish to speak for the council at the public comment period?
One short.
If anybody needs council credit or continuing ed, city action.
Set 2 should be the.
Set 2 should be that? Oh, you don't need this one?
No, we don't need the head, we need over there.
Right, easy enough. We're gonna have now.
Got mine. Vanderbeek supposedly. He's gonna try to make it. It's cloud. That's storm.
Yeah.
He'll do his best to get there. So if he's there,
There's
that's
John.
You better talk.
One.
There's no talking.
You got 2 vote push recording and you are live.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's right.
One you're on right now.
And then if I ever.
No, you didn't. Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, and if I need.
I'm out of the message.
It's a shame.
That's gonna do.
You need to break.
John and Gary, can you hear me? Is there anyone there in New York City that wishes to speak during the public comment period? I know that Ian Graham is there and he's going to speak during the presentation on the commercial energy code, which is separate. But is there anyone else?
No one else has indicated, Ray, that they're going to be speaking.
Okay, that's fine. Maria, is anybody there with you that wishes to make a public comment?
Nope, sorry.
I have my papers.
All 3, we got 3.
There you go.
All right, we're gonna in about 1 minute we'll get started. So I'll ask folks in the New York and Buffalo locations just to get ready, as well as members and all. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting of the State Fire Prevention and Building Code Council to order. Welcome everyone to Albany and our locations in New York and Buffalo. We do have a slim quorum today. We have 9 members in attendance, and hopefully Mr. Vanderbeek will be joining us. He was a little bit concerned about traveling down to the New York City office in Lower Manhattan, but hopefully he will be joining us shortly. With that, why don't we take a roll call attendance? Ray, please.
Sure. Ron Peaster, representing the Secretary of State, Caesar A. Prowse.
Here.
Paul Martin, representing the State Fire Administrator, Ryan P. Stevens.
Here.
Michael Cambridge, representing Commissioner Nairab Shah.
Here.
Maria Gerzati, representing Commissioner Peter M. Rivera.
Here.
John Lee, representing the Honorable Michael Bloomberg.
Here.
The Honorable Stephen Brescia. Here. And I note his alternate, Carmen DeBaldi, is here. Gary Hagby.
Here.
John Flanagan.
Here.
Robert Hankin.
Present.
And that is the membership present. We have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you, Ray. Ray, before we go on to agenda item number 2, are there any notes or any comments that you'd like to present on the agenda items before we go into the agenda, or are we good at this time?
I think we're good at this time. The only thing I will note now, and I will note later, that I sent out a meeting schedule for 2013 in anticipation of additional meetings to update the codes, and we had to delete the April 24th meeting. So April 24th is no longer a meeting date. All the rest of the dates as of now are good.
Okay. All right, thank you. Moving on, agenda item number 2, minutes from the September 19th, 2012 meeting of the Code Council. You have the draft minutes in your agenda package. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes at this time?
I'll make a motion, we accept.
Motion to approve the minutes as written by Mr. Hankin. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Flanagan. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. Agenda item number 3, public comment period. Ray, are there any speakers for the public comment period? Okay. We have no speakers, so we'll move on to agenda item number 4, code change adoption. We have 2 items we will be discussing today. First, based on the ICC 2012 commercial provisions, the State Energy Conservation Construction Code. The second item we'll be discussing is based on ICC 2009 and 2012 for the State Uniform Fire Prevention and Building Code. We'll separate these out and discuss them separately. My understanding is the first part is an action item for the State Energy Conservation Construction Code. The Uniform Code information will be for discussion purposes. Just a couple of notes, and then I'll ask Ray to give us a briefing. As you know, and I believe you were briefed on this at our last meeting. I was unfortunately not able to join you last meeting. There has been a significant effort to accelerate the adoption of the international codes in a manner that will allow us to put these codes in place sooner rather than later. And Ray and the code development staff and all of the staff at the Department of State have been working diligently with the technical subcommittees to prepare that information for you. One of the reasons that we are beginning with the State Energy Conservation Construction Code in terms of updating the commercial provisions is that there is a federal mandate that has been issued through the Department of Energy. This is something that DOE has done for some time now, that is mandating states to update their state energy codes to current energy standards within specific time periods. There is a deadline that is coming up in 2013 that is driving the proposal that is being presented to you today to update the commercial provisions of the energy code. So it's something that I wanted to make sure everyone is aware of, everyone is cognizant of. If you have any questions about that, we can certainly discuss that as we get into discussion. But I wanted to let you know that there's a specific reason that we are looking for action from the Code Council on the commercial provisions of the energy code today. With that, I'll ask Ray to give us a briefing on the energy code proposal.
Yeah, we are going to have, well, the website contained the charts which you also received or saw, that you could go to and take a look at the website. The commercial piece of the energy code was there. You did not see the residential because it's not been completed yet, so that's on the website. Regarding the Uniform Fire Prevention Code and the Energy Conservation Code, the rest of the update, we expect that should be completed by May of 2014, so that also is fairly rigorous. As of today, the majority of the committees have completed their work. I'm going to point out that the building code, which you're going to hear today, on the website has posted 76 pages on charts and explanations. So it's a massive amount of work to go through, and I just note that. So because of the amount of material we had to cover and the amount of material that you have to look at and possibly ask questions on, we have broken this into two parts. You've heard about the commercial part, which we'd like to move today. We don't expect any action on the Uniform Fire Prevention Building Code at this time, but in order to go through this material, we're going to have presentations on the building code, the existing building code, the plumbing code, mechanical code, the fuel gas code, and the property maintenance code today. And we reserve the remainder of the energy code, the residential code, fire code, and the green code for February 13th. So if you wish to ask questions or have anything that was being presented today brought back on the February 13th, or have additional questions for any of those committee chairs, we will do that on February 13th. Saying that, I'll add one more piece. The residential technical subcommittee has asked that a separate group take a look at the issue of residential sprinklers. And they have asked that I would set up a task group, which I have set up. The task group was set up, basically comprises most of the members from the original committee that reviewed residential sprinklers and put out the residential sprinkler report. We're going to have a couple of meetings by conference call, first one being on the 20th of December, and I expect we will have one or two additional meetings in January, and at that time we will complete the work, make recommendations either to the technical subcommittee or directly to the council at the February 13th meeting.
Any questions for Ray? Mr. Hankin?
Yeah. I didn't say the date, Ray. You're planning to have these new code provisions active, you said 2014, or
Yeah, no.
by the council in 2014?
No,
and you have public hearings and all.
the date the governor's office asked us to have is May of 2014.
That they actually be
Would be effective. Would be effective. And if you remember the original schedule we talked about, we expected that we would have an effective code by December of 2014. So this has moved up, but somewhat, but not necessarily dramatic.
Well, if we back off from May 14th and we put in time for the public hearings and all the other stuff, essentially when does the council have to vote to send it out to public hearing?
I think we'd like to see that on well, the council won't be voting on that. The council will be voting on approving in concept the Uniform Fire Prevention Code, which will be sent to the governor's office. They will take a look at what DOB, if they give us approval,
Right.
they give us approval, then we will be going to public comment. We'll go through public comment, we'll vet everything, see what people say about all these different pieces of the Uniform Code and the Energy Code, And then we will come back to you after the public comment period is done. You will take a look at it, and if you agree to it, we will go forward. If we have major changes that people request, you find we need to do that, we'll have to rethink the schedule.
Okay, but assuming we keep that schedule, when do you anticipate the council having to send it to the governor's office or whatever?
I don't have a date.
Because that's essentially when our job is 90 or 95% done.
That's correct.
So I'm trying to get some.
I will save that date. We'll have to prepare the schedule with council. And again, it's all contingent on the governor's office looking at the material and agreeing that we should move forward with public comment.
Is the governor's office going to have representatives here like we did many years ago, so that they would know what was coming to them for review?
That I do not know. There is none present today.
Right, there are no representatives from the governor's office in the audience today, but we have been in close communication with the governor's office on the plan to accelerate adoption of the 2012 international codes, and frankly are looking at beyond the 2012 codes and establishing a long-term goal for adopting the most current edition of the I codes within a set time period after they are published. That is something that, frankly, the state has fluctuated with in the past, and we are hopeful that we are going to be able to adopt the latest edition of the international codes in a timely fashion as soon as they are published at the national level. So, and I think if we can do that, and we can establish a certain expectation regarding time frame for adopting the next edition of the international codes, that will be good for the construction industry. It will be good for regulators. I think it will be good for the general public. So we think that this plan makes a lot of sense from a standpoint of short-term goals and long-term goals. Additional questions for Ray, Mr. Lee.
I have two questions. First, for Ray, can you confirm the schedule for the energy code and when you expect that to be effective and when the council needs to provide consensus to you? And the second question is for Ron, if you could elaborate on the federal mandate and what is at risk if we fail to adopt the codes by the stated deadlines.
Okay, the first question being the scheduling. The commercial part of the energy code is being presented today so we can get an approval and concept to move to the governor's office. This is so that we can basically make a change in the NICR book and also update the ASHRAE standard, and we have that done and effective by July of 2013. So the piece we need to deal with today is for the July effective date of the commercial portion of the code. So we will still have our 2010 energy code, the ECCC, but what will happen is we're going to be deleting chapters in it. The commercial chapter will be deleted. We'll delete the reference standard to the ASHRAE document, and to find out what you need to do, you'll have to go to the NICR book, and the NICR book will tell you. So that's the piece that needs to be done. I believe if we do it today, we'll have ample time to do this, because with the energy code, an effective date is immediate, unlike the uniform code, which needs a transition period. In regard to the Uniform Fire Prevention and Building Code, all the pieces that comprise that, as well as a new ECCC, which would have new requirements for residential, plus it would take the NICR book requirements for commercial and make a new energy code. We want that to be effective in May of 2014. And it's anticipated if we approve in concept on February 13th the parts of the uniform code and the remainder of the energy code, we can make the dates for May of 2014. Does that answer your question, John?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And regarding the federal mandate, I don't have section and verse to be able to cite you, but we can put that information to you. Essentially, what the U.S. Department of Energy has been doing for some time now has been establishing deadlines and thresholds for states to follow in terms of meeting certain requirements for energy conservation and building construction, utilizing nationally developed standards as benchmarks, and tying that to federal funding for energy. Now, you may remember back in 2009 when the federal stimulus legislation was enacted, there was a piece of that related to energy conservation, and as a result, the state of New York was able to capture $123 million in federal funding as part of the stimulus package, but it was specifically tied to energy. And in order to do that, the state of New York had to adopt the 2009 edition of the IECC and the 2007 edition of ASHRAE 90.1. And the reason for that was those were the two standards that DOE set for meeting the threshold for energy conservation through our state codes. So another deadline has been established. The deadline for updating commercial provisions of the energy code is next year in 2013. And the standard that DOE has set for meeting energy efficiency requirements for commercial construction is the 2010 edition of ASHRAE 90.1, which is the subject of the first part of agenda item number 4. The residential provisions for energy conservation that DOE has established are found in the 2012 edition of the IECC. And the deadline for adopting the 2012 edition of the IECC or equivalent is sometime in 2014. And that is in part driving the accelerated schedule for the rest of the codes. So again, we can give you some more details in terms of where you can find these mandates in the Federal Register or citations so that you can see more specific language. Hopefully that gives you a general understanding of what's driving this from the federal government. Does that help to answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Additional questions for Ray? Okay. Seeing none, Ray, let's get started in presentation of the commercial provisions of the Energy Conservation Construction Code.
Okay, Joe Hill will make a presentation to the council. Joe is the chair of the Energy Technical Subcommittee.
Thank you, Ray. Starting in May of this year and ending in October, our Energy Technical Subcommittee were able to meet a total of 10 times. We substantially reviewed both standards, ASHRAE 90.1 2010 and the IECC 2012. It quickly became apparent to us that we had the potential for a two-tiered code standard. In saying that, I need to recognize that the IECC had many provisions, or has many provisions, which are more restrictive than ASHRAE. So the committee felt that unless we created some degree of parity between the two codes, we'd have a two-tiered energy code, and people would have a tendency to bypass our state-based IECC energy code and go directly to ASHRAE. Much of the work of our subcommittee was based on creating that parity between the two codes. And for edification purposes, if anyone is not aware, ASHRAE 90.1 is our basis for our energy chapter. We have to certify to the federal government, the U.S. Department of Energy, that we are at least as restrictive with our state energy code as ASHRAE 90.1. So our committee discussed a total of 60 changes. You'll hear about 30 of those today, well, less than 30, within the IECC commercial chapter. A very small number of additional provisions were suggested by the subcommittee. So you hear today just the substantive portions of that energy code. What first caught our eye in the IECC commercial chapter were the requirements for additional efficiency energy package options, meaning that once you complied with the code, you then had to put on top of that baseline compliance an additional energy compliance package. Examples: you can choose from an HVAC option, which means that your HVAC equipment would have to be more restrictive than baseline code. Or you could choose more stringent lighting options. Your lighting power densities would have to be more restrictive than code. Or you could include 3% of the building's electrical load in renewable power options. Now, in the city of New York, that third option is probably not going to happen because you don't have enough area on the building to include that 3% renewable. So there are the three options. The committee discussed the options, and what we saw with the HVAC option was a potential problem of excluding certain boiler efficiency equipment. Boiler efficiencies in the IECC are pegged at 97%, which excludes a lot of the market. So what we decided to do was we reached out to the industry, and we've got current information about availability of equipment, and we lowered those efficiency numbers to that available level. Also in discussion were the actual test protocols for testing of the equipment, and there's some discussion on whether or not the actual test protocols are valid. So that's being discussed by AHRA. Those package options, I should clarify, are relegated only to the prescriptive provisions of the code, prescriptive new construction. If you're doing a building rehab, those additional package options don't apply. If you're doing a building modeling or building performance of the building, which you're able to do on any building, or if you're over 40% fenestration, glazing, you have to go to a performance model. In the performance model, the additional efficiency package option dictates that your building now has to exceed baseline code by 15%. That's a 15% bump above what we have now. Right now, you only have to perform as well as your baseline model. So there's a significant difference. However, the subcommittee voted to retain these provisions. Okay. Vertical fenestration. For the prescriptive provision of the code now limits prescriptive provisions to 30% exterior wall fenestration. This is a reduction of 10%. We saw this as being fairly restrictive in that small buildings now would potentially be forced into building energy modeling. It's a burden for the building owner, builder, developer, and if we really look at this in totality, the prescriptive provisions of the code are actually more restrictive than building modeling. So by elevating that 30% window or 30% limit for prescriptive provisions back to 40% and also agreeing with the ASHRAE level of 40%, creating parity with ASHRAE, and we are creating the scenario for a better performing building. The relationship between exterior wall envelope and it's not necessarily a more restrictive building if we go to building modeling. If we're allowing the prescriptive provisions of the code rather than building modeling in smaller buildings, we're potentially getting a better performing building. That's what I'm after. Okay. So, committee's suggestion, go from 30% as indicated in IECC to 40%, makes everything better for everybody, and now agrees with ASHRAE. Also, IECC has reduced the U factor requirements for fenestration significantly, such that commercially produced metal frame windows used in commercial construction can no longer meet the code. So we looked in ASHRAE. Now ASHRAE still has allowances in their fenestration requirements for these commercially produced windows. Committee's vote was to include the ASHRAE standards for U value of fenestration rather than utilize the U values for fenestration indicated in the IECC code. Again, creating parity with ASHRAE and allowing the industry to be able to produce windows that meet the required structural requirements of a high-rise building. In other words, we're not going to put a wood frame or a vinyl window in a high-rise building and expect it to stay in place. It's got to be a metal window. Okay. Air barrier requirements. We had no problem with this. The IECC introduces more specific requirements for air barriers in buildings, very specific as to how they're installed, how they're flashed, and how they're tested. So we saw that as a positive thing, and no differentiation with ASHRAE. Automatic start capabilities for HVAC equipment. Another very nice provision in the code. It's a new provision. It requires a set of controls that automatically start and stop HVAC equipment on a set time schedule when the building is expected to be occupied. It ramps the HVAC equipment up, and when the building is not expected to be occupied, it does the opposite. Again, we decided to pick up the ASHRAE 90.1 language so that there's parity. Seeing a theme here, parity. Energy recovery ventilation systems in IECC have been made slightly more restrictive than in our current code. We see it as a good thing. Right now, if you have a building that introduces 70% outside air in the design air capacities of the building, you have to have an energy recovery ventilator. Fairly pricey little piece of equipment. Now we're getting down into as low air delivery systems as low as 50% outside air. We still think it's a good thing, and it agrees with ASHRAE. We did find an issue in the IECC, however, in terms of building economizers. Economizers are cooling systems which utilize outdoor air to cool the building when the air is cool enough and dry enough to do so. The IECC left out, likely and unintentionally, left out requirements for air economizers in complex HVAC systems. So I contacted ICC. The Secretariat said that they'd be fixing it, and we agreed on a fix to re-include that requirement in the code. In other words, it's not in the 2012 base code. For some reason, they're not doing an errata, but what we're doing is reverting back to the current language that we now have, which puts economizers into complex systems, complex air systems, that is. Subcommittee voted to move energy recovery ventilation systems and fan power limitations from mandatory provisions of the code to prescriptive provisions of the code. And the reason is energy modeling. If we have these provisions in the prescriptive provisions of the code, they show up in the energy base model that the building is measured against. Now that allows for trade-offs. In some instances, the fan power limitations cannot be met. And if those provisions are mandatory, the building can't be built even if it performs 100% better than code, base code model. That provision is mandatory. We can't build the building. So the committee sought to move those provisions from prescriptive or from mandatory to prescriptive to allow that trade-off. And coincidentally, they're also included in ASHRAE 90.1 as prescriptive. So again, parity. This is a new section that the subcommittee felt strongly about including, and as a matter of fact, Mike Bernetter of our staff came up with this, control of HVAC systems in group R1 sleeping rooms. You can imagine you leave your hotel room in the middle of the night, you leave the HVAC system on. It's many hours before the cleaning staff come in to clean the room and shut it down. So what this control would do would be to shut down, or not shut down, but to throttle back the HVAC system in that room when the room is not occupied. It saves a lot of energy. If you think about how many hotel rooms there are in New York City, a lot of energy. So that we do not create a hardship for a small occupancy. Uh-oh, he's right. This is limited to facilities with 20 room or more than 20 sleeping rooms. 3 new sections of IECC which we left alone are occupancy sensors required for building lighting. We now are required, or will be required, to have occupancy sensors in almost all areas of 300 square feet. Right now in the code, it's an option. We left that alone. Daylight zone controls. Daylight zone controls are now in the code. Does anyone not know what daylight zone is? Daylight zone, if you have a bank of windows on an exterior wall, by code that's considered to be a daylight zone. So the lighting in that area 15 feet out from that window is considered a daylight zone. You have to have, by code now, actually optionally, you have to have controls that shut down that lighting in that area when you have available daylight to light the area. This now is no longer an option. Daylight zone must be provided, and it is required to be independent in areas limited to 2,500 square feet, so that there's more control over that daylight. And systems commissioning. This is something brand new to the code. Systems commissioning is now going to be required for all major building HVAC systems. Now we get to the really good stuff. Modifications of New York State's application of ASHRAE 90.1 provisions. Several members of our subcommittee felt very strongly about modifying how New York State applies ASHRAE provisions for electrical feeders, receptacle controls, and automatic daylighting controls. And in each of these cases, what the committee wanted to do was to move or create new sections, no, not create new sections, but move mandatory provisions for electrical feeders, daylighting controls, and receptacle controls from mandatory to prescriptive provisions for the same reasons I've mentioned prior. The building designed on the base building model can perform 100% above code, and if these provisions are not met, the building can't be built. This was primarily a problem with electrical feeders, and for your edification, the limit on electrical drop on a feeder, which is the electrical riser that goes from baseline of building to however many stories the building is, could be 60, 100 stories. You can't lose any more than 2% of your electrical potential in that line. Now that's a very, very tight standard. In order to meet that, you have to include additional wiring gauge size, which in a 60-story residential high-rise, which we recently wrote a variance on, the increased cost was $4 million? Yes, $4 million. That payback is never realized. So the difference between that building meeting a 2% drop and a 2.5% drop in voltage potential would cost, to move from 2.5% to 2% is $4 million. It's crazy. So that was a recent variance we wrote. That is the reason why the committee felt very strongly about moving that provision and the other provisions from mandatory to prescriptive. Now, in speaking with our Office of Counsel, we can do that. That's what I have in terms of our our predominant provisions of what the committee has examined in the code, and I'm sure there's going to be some questions, so please.
Okay, that completes your presentation.
That's.
No, thank you. Why don't we do this? If there are specific provisions, sections, or requirements that members of the council would like to ask questions about or have concerns about, let's go through and address each of those as individually, and I believe it would be reasonable to then assume that if there are no questions or comments that are presented on specific provisions that have been presented as part of the report, the council would be comfortable with the remainder. Again, understanding that we're looking for an action from the council today. Basically, if you have a section that you feel you need to discuss, you want to potentially act upon individually, then identify that. We'll go through and discuss those, and then the remainder we can act upon, hopefully, as a group, as a whole. Does everyone understand that? Everyone comfortable with that? Okay.
Ron, Gary.
With that, Mr. Higbee, you have a question.
Ron, I did have a general question, if you'd allow me to ask that at some point.
Certainly, if you have a general question, that's fine. I just wanted to try to lay out the procedure for keeping our discussion organized today. A general question, please.
This 9-month period between July 13 and May 14 is where we revert to the NICA book for commercial requirements. Is cumbersome, but I understand the need for it. But my question is, looking down the road, since 90.1 is a moving target, and since I assume this mandate is probably edition specific, but will be updated to a new edition, are we going to be in the same period of having to revert to NICA for a short term? And if so, are there things we can do now to try to minimize that in the future?
I would say potentially the answer is yes, but I would also say that it would be a goal, should be a goal for the state to be able to coordinate the updating of our entire energy code so that future updates can be put into effect at the same time. Now, that's going to depend on how the Department of Energy establishes benchmarking dates and goals. It also potentially depends upon the publication schedule for organizations such as ASHRAE and the International Code Council. I know that there have been discussions between ICC and other standards issuing organizations about working to better coordinate the publication dates and the publication schedules of the national model codes. That's something that continues to be an issue. And I know that the organizations want to be able to coordinate better, but there are also a lot of potential complications to doing that. So it's a long-winded way of saying we're probably going to be faced with this in the future, but we are also going to do everything that we can at the state level and frankly at the level of the model code organizations to try to avoid this in the future. Does that answer your question?
Yep, that's great. Thank you, Ron.
Okay, thank you. Any other general questions? Okay, Mr. Hagan?
Am I to believe that DO specifies that we have to meet a certain ASHRAE code, not a certain I code, but a certain ASHRAE code?
DOE has established benchmarking requirements, for lack of a better term,
Okay.
for state energy codes to meet for commercial buildings and residential buildings. And that's one of the things I think we should distinguish here so that the council understands what is being referred to when we talk about commercial buildings versus residential buildings. I'll ask Joe to clarify that in a minute. However, DOE has utilized two different documents for establishing those benchmarks. For commercial buildings, the benchmark is ASHRAE 90.1, and this update involves updating to the 2010 edition of ASHRAE 90.1. For residential buildings, the benchmark has been set with the 2012 IECC. So there are two different standards that DOE has used in establishing these benchmarks. Does that answer your question?
You have two separate benchmarks to meet depending which part of the code.
That is correct. Joe, could you explain to the members of the council what we're talking about when we refer to commercial buildings versus residential buildings?
Yes. Residential is not as straightforward as it might seem, but I think I'll go on just to describe what commercial constitutes. R1, transient occupancies, hotels and motels, always are commercial, regardless of the number of stories. R2s, apartment buildings, dorms, R3s and R4s, small institutional. If they exceed 3 stories, they're now considered commercial. Anything 3 stories or less, R2, R3, or R4, are considered residential for purposes of the energy code only. So it gets a little confusing when you deal with the building code versus the energy code.
Do we get into this discussion of, is it a story over a basement? Or,
Yes.
give me a little more insight as to how you determine, is it the same definition for the IRC?
Yes.
Okay, so, it'll be the same definition as to.
That is
have a
correct.
story.
If that basement is considered a story, there's your first story. Correct.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Hank?
Yes, I have one other question that's specific. Ready?
Let's see if there are any other general questions before we get into some of these specific provisions. Are there any other general questions that the council has at this time? Okay, you want to answer?
Joe, is Ian Graham going to speak?
Ian Graham is on board to provide any supporting testimony for any super technical questions. And
So
at this time, I think we want to give him an opportunity to add anything that he may think is germane to the conversation.
Mr. Graham, thank you for joining us today. Joe Hill has asked if there are any other general comments that you would like to provide. We appreciate you being with us today. Appreciate all the work that you have contributed to this effort. Are there any general comments that you would like to add at this time?
No, and Joe did a pretty good job of sort of laying out the general issues that we discussed as a committee. I will say that I was not alone on the committee. There were a lot of good guys, and so I can say good guys because they were all guys on the committee. Again, I'm here to help clarify any questions, issues, technically speaking, regarding some of the changes that we proposed to make as we waded through the I-Code and ASHRAE 90.1.
Okay, thank you very much. It looks like we have no other general comments, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to begin to identify, and Ray, I'll ask you and the code development staff to make a list of potentially sections or issues as we go through discussion, so that we have an organization of issues we may have to take individual action on, okay? And with that, Mr. Hankin.
Well, I'd like to ask the gentleman that spoke, what organization is he from, or is he part of staff, or?
Good question. Mr. Graham, Joe, why don't you introduce Mr. Graham, and then if you'd like to add to that, you can do that, Ian.
Ian Graham is a principal of the Meridian Corporation, who is one of the most, probably one of the more foremost energy consultants in the city of New York. Also on our committee, I won't go through all of them, Don Winston, who is one of the principals of the Durst Corporation, who is probably one of the largest commercial building concerns in the city of New York. We have many other very qualified technical people. As a matter of fact, this is probably one of the strongest energy subcommittees I've seen.
What's your question?
I just wanted to get some insight. As I understand it, in motel rooms or hotel rooms, you're going to have setback thermostats? That's my terminology. You didn't use that terminology. That's how I
It's
understand it.
actually not a setback thermostat, it's an occupancy sensing device which senses presence in the room.
Right.
And when there's no movement or presence in the room, the HVAC system will reduce itself to a set point. It doesn't shut it off, it just reduces the heating or cooling to a set point of roughly about 5 degrees.
So theoretically, who's renting a hotel room leaves for the day or leaves for the night, when they come back, they could theoretically have an uncomfortable room.
Theoretically, they could, depending on your interpretation of what comfort is.
Okay. I don't have any hotels or motels, but I've come into that situation where the room is either too hot in the summertime or too cold in the wintertime, and it takes a while for it to get up to speed.
That's when you go down to the bar and have a drink.
I don't quite drink that long, but yeah.
I want to, just for the sake of organization, I want to ask, is this an item that you want to address individually in terms of any action the council may take?
No, I wanted the council to understand, I wanted to understand, and if we have to put up with some inconvenience or uncomfort, that's the proper word, to save energy, I guess that's the price we're gonna have to pay. But the hotel and motel, new hotel builders and owners are gonna have to realize that they're gonna get many more complaints when people come back to the rooms.
Okay, thank you. Are there additional individual issues or items that members of the council would like to discuss?
One way it all comes up.
Mr. Hankin?
Is the code official going to have to periodically come in and check to see that all these sensors are working and so forth? Or once you build the place and they stop working, it doesn't matter?
Joe, would you like to answer that question?
That's where the commissioning comes in. Section 408 is a brand new section of the code which is building systems commissioning. And I believe there is don't quote me on this, there may be a post-occupancy commissioning which indicates that such sensors need to be checked from time to time. This is actually more of a problem with demand-controlled ventilation than it may be with the systems we're talking about. But I know where you're going with this. If the sensors aren't properly monitored, you could have a system shutdown, for instance, which would be a real problem. More moving parts, more problems.
Right, so I mean, is there any responsibility on the part of the municipality?
No. No.
Answer your question?
Thank you.
Your new consulting job.
I'll ask one more time, are there any individual issues or items or sections that the members of the council would like to discuss at this time? Okay. Seeing none, it appears that we have completed our discussion on the portion related to the commercial energy provisions of the Energy Code. So with that, I will ask if there is any action that the council would like to take regarding this proposal. Mr. Flanagan?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we take the commercial energy section and move it to the governor's office
for their consideration.
The motion, sorry?
Is that good enough?
So you would approve this in concept
In concept?
and have staff prepare all necessary documents to move this to the governor's office?
That is true. I mean, we went through a lot here, and I want to thank Joe for doing it.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Flanagan. Is there a second to the motion? Second by Mayor Brescia in concept. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay. Motion is carried. Thank you. The next part of our agenda, item number 4, is code change adoption based on ICC 2009 and 2012 for the state uniform fire prevention and building code. Ray, would you like to introduce this part of the agenda?
Yes, as I explained, we have several of the chairs here today. We're going to start presenting the different parts of the uniform code. The first part up is the building code of New York State, and the chair is Mark Ball.
Morning. As Ray said, my name is Mark Blanca. I'm the chairman of the Building Code Committee reviewing the Building Code of New York State, the 2009-2012 IBC. The Building Code Committee consists of 10 individuals. I'd like to start out by saying that my observation of what went on at the committee meetings, with the wide participation among committee members, the passionate discussions and debates, I can say that these were very, very dedicated people wanting to work on this project, and I thoroughly enjoyed working with them. The Building Code Committee had their first meeting on September 21st, and the last meeting on November 19th. The members met on had 8 meetings, each lasting about 3 hours each. It was about 24 hours of meetings, but between the meetings there was a great deal of email traffic going on between committee members, follow-up discussions on earlier topics, introducing new topics for future meetings. And with that, there was a great deal of more effort that went into this than 24 hours of discussion. I will say, our committee went by the same voting rules as all other committees, where everyone gets the vote except the chairman. The chairman voted only to break a tie. I only bring that up because I never got to vote. There was always either a unanimous decision or a substantial majority. The committee divided up its work. We created 4 separate task groups which were assigned specific chapters, and committee members volunteered to work on specific task groups. Some signed up for more than one. This enabled them to focus their energy on specific code sections rather than trying to review every single code change on a document that's over 600 pages long, and allowed them to work on those chapters where they had the most interest and expertise. When we had the topics assigned to the agenda items, we heard from a variety of the task groups, so that the discussions were throughout. All members were heavily participated in that. What you should have access to by now is the code comparison chart. This chart was started approximately December of last year. I'm the primary author of the chart. It was a working document, and I presented it to the committee just before our first meeting. So they reviewed the chart. We used that chart as a basis for discussions. All the topics we discussed are in there, and topics that we didn't discuss are in there. The purpose of the chart, at least my goal of the chart, was to make it as transparent as possible as to what is going on. It was not intended to include every single code change proposal. It was not there to provide, to list changes that were, in my opinion, clarifications of something that we already have, or what I considered minor changes. But that being said, if it was, if I was on the fence as to whether maybe someone else might have considered it more than a minor change, I would always err to putting it on the chart. The committee reviewed that, and I encouraged the committee to bring to my attention any item that I failed to put on the chart that perhaps I should have. So it was, again, developed in conjunction with the efforts of the committee. The committee also approved moving forward all the enhancements to the New York State Code that we have right now. The ones we chose not to move forward, they are on the chart, but those that are in place with the current code, they're not necessarily on the chart. It doesn't have every item on there, but you can assume that anything we have right now would be moved forward, or it's recommended for it to be moved forward, except where we've modified it as shown on the chart. The chart has, as Ray said earlier, it's over 70 pages long, but it's the reason for that is because it has two supplements to it. One is a supplement to Chapter 17. The only reason that's there is because the committee made a motion relative to a table in Chapter 17, and the table was just too large to include in the small box that's given in the column of the chart. So I just added it at the end so that everybody was clear as to what was going on, and it is referred to as an item on the chart itself. There's also a supplement that includes the entire Chapter 11, and that's probably 30 pages of what you have, and I'll explain why that's there a little bit later. I'm gonna go through some of the highlights. There's over 200 items on there. I'd love to go through all of them, but we'd be here till 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon if I did. Beginning with Chapter 4, there's a lot of changes proposed for Chapter 4. One is a new concept called live-work units, which is defined as dwelling or sleeping units that contain both residential and non-residential uses. This is a lot like the concept of home occupation that we have in the residential code. And this is a nice IBC new provision where it allows these uses and it allows it to continue to be classified as an R2 occupancy. And in doing so, with the R2 occupancy, it would eliminate what we normally would be faced with our several fire separation requirements for presumably minor uses. The committee accepted that. The only concern the committee had was with regard to the sprinkler system. As an R2 occupancy, it would be required to have minimally an NFPA 13R sprinkler system. The committee is recommending that the live-work unit concept in the IBC be accepted, with the exception that they're recommending, and they provided language, to require buildings that have live-work units to be equipped with an NFPA 13 sprinkler system. Another new section in Chapter 4 are for ambulatory healthcare facilities. These are facilities that are for medical, surgical, or similar services where individuals may be rendered temporarily incapable of self-preservation. These are basically outpatient facilities, and it's also an IBC change. They would continue to be classified as Group B occupancy, but there are additional fire safety provisions added to it. They include items like fire separations, smoke compartments with independent means of egress, sprinkler system, and fire alarm system. Also in Chapter 4, there's a lot of changes for high-rise buildings, especially those that are more than 420 feet in height, which would begin at about a 34, 35-story building. You know, I realize that outside New York City there might not be too many buildings like this, but I include that here because I think the changes are quite substantial. And again, for those over 420 feet in height, they have new requirements for structural integrity of enclosed exit stairs. They have new minimum bond strength requirements for spray fire resistant materials, new requirements for sprinkler zones, where zones have to be charged by at least 2 sprinkler risers. And then there's another requirement which requires an additional interior exit stair. That is a stair that gets added on after you determine, using Chapter 10 of the Code, means of egress, you determine how many means of egress are required to exit that floor. When you come up with that number, you have to add another stair. There is an alternative to that extra stair, and that is by providing what they call an occupant self-evacuation elevator. This is an enhanced elevator, and this comprises a new section in Chapter 30, how to design and construct an elevator like that. So if you provide the occupant self-evacuation elevator, you would not have to provide the additional exit stair. Other changes for all high-rise buildings include a provision for fire pumps that they be supplied by no fewer than 2 water mains from 2 different streets, and a new requirement for what they call luminous egress path markings. The specifics of that are found in a new section in Chapter 10, and these are markings that identify the location of stair treads, stair landings, handrails, and basically they glow in the dark, the lights went out, and guide you out of the building. In Chapter 5, there's a couple substantial changes that I'd like to talk about. Is that these are changes that would reduce the allowable height of certain buildings, certain occupancies in certain construction types, reduce the height in stories. That includes for B occupancies in both Type 2B and 3B construction would be reduced from 4 to 3 stories in height. This is the base requirement. This is aside from any increases given through sprinkler systems. M occupancies would be reduced from 4 to 2 stories in height. In Type 3B construction only, the changes would include a reduction of S1 occupancies from 3 to 2 stories in height, and S2 occupancies from 4 to 3 stories in height. In Chapter 6, there's a change. Chapter 6 tells us how much fire resistance rating there is required for certain building elements, including structural members. And this is specific to columns, beams, and girders, which again are required to have a certain fire resistance rating. And what's been added is a fire resistance rating requirement for bracing members. Not all bracing members, but bracing members that are essential to the vertical stability. My reading of this is this would not be bracing members that are used to resist lateral loads, wind or seismic loads, but rather bracing members that are essential to vertical stability for only gravity loads. In Chapter 7, there's a proposed change that applies to firewalls, fire barriers, fire partitions, smoke barriers, smoke partitions. And what it does is it requires a marking of these walls. This is a marking that's stenciled somewhere on the wall. It's there to identify that it is a firewall or a fire barrier, but more importantly, that because it is an important wall, that it informs you that the openings have to continue to be protected, so that anybody that might in the future perform alterations would see that. The IBC version of that change isn't, at least in the eyes of the committee, it wasn't quite clear, and the committee has proposed text that would say that this marking would not be required. It would only be required in accessible concealed spaces. That would be, presumably that would be above drop ceilings, and that if the wall did not contain any accessible concealed spaces, that the markings would not be required. So you wouldn't have a wall from floor to ceiling without some concealed space and have to have that marking attached to it. In Chapter 10, there's a big change for the number of exits or means of egress from a dwelling unit. Currently, the code requires or permits one exit when the calculated occupant load is up to 10 people from the dwelling unit. The IBC has changed that to 20 people as the threshold for when you need 2 exits. So with the IBC, with this change, you could have 20 people calculated occupant load in a dwelling unit of 20 people and still have 1 exit. But once you go above 20, it would trigger to the requirement for 2 exits from that dwelling unit. Now, Chapter 11. The committee received a request from the United Spinal Association asking the committee to consider recommending the 2015 version of the IBC. And the reason for that is because it's their belief that chapter, that new Chapter 11 for 2015, which, by the way, was just decided at the recent final action hearings at the end of October, most closely resembles federal ADA requirements and most harmonizes with those requirements. And there's a few substantial changes in there as well. But the proposal also recommended extending the New York State enhancements that we have currently with a couple of modifications. So this would include, for instance, the 8-foot access aisle for accessible parking spaces. This would require the enhanced Type B dwelling units that we have right now with the enhanced maneuvering clearances at doorways, the enhanced bathroom requirements, the Type A bathroom requirement. But in the code right now, there's a requirement that all remaining bathrooms be type B bathrooms, and the recommendation from the United Spinal Association was to delete that, so that as long as you have that one enhanced bathroom, a type A bathroom, all the remaining bathrooms would not be regulated by Chapter 11. The committee, by the way, looked at that favorably, but there is language that's been being recommended that one enhanced bathroom, type A bathroom, not be accessed from only one from a bedroom, so that everyone in the dwelling unit would have access to that. And this by the way is the this IBC 2015 Chapter 11. This is the reason it's been attached as a supplement, because it's just so long, and it's not available for you to view anywhere else. And the underlines and strikeouts that you see in the language there in that supplement, these are changes made to the 2012 IBC. Some of the major highlights of this 2015 Chapter 11, besides that, is a requirement for accessible recreational boating facilities, fishing piers and platforms, miniature golf facilities, and shooting facilities with firing positions. For those four, the committee accepted that as recommending to accept that. Except for those, they added language for where it would only apply to those facilities when they're located within a building or structure. But yet, two other recreational facilities that they didn't touch, that they're recommending to continue or to be made accessible, is a requirement in the 2015 that applies for accessibility to amusement rides and swimming pools. Those are the highlights I have for you. There's over 200 more there that I did not address right now. I appreciate the opportunity to present this to you, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Members of the council, as you can see, the technical subcommittee under Mark's direction have done a tremendous amount of work in reviewing the 2012 and 2009 IBC, and they've got a lot of information that's been presented to you, a lot that was not even presented, that's contained in this chart. For the purpose of today's discussion, just want to remind the members of the council that this is not something that we're asking for action from the council on today. It's focusing on questions you may have either about this information or the presentation that Mark has made, understanding that at one of our next meetings we will be asking for the council to take action on the recommendations from the technical subcommittee. So with that, do any members of the council have any questions or comments that they would like to make, either to Mark or in general? Mr. Hankin?
If I heard you correctly, a building over 4 stories has to connect to a water main on 2 separate streets?
Yes.
Now, if you're building a building in the middle of a block, how do you connect to a water main on 2 separate streets?
I don't know.
Okay, well, that's something you may want to take up with your subcommittee. And then
we did talk about that, and as I recall, first of all, I recall that there wasn't any further discussion on that, but it was brought up, and I believe it was said that generally that would be rare, but it might be something that would be required to have a variance for obvious reasons.
Okay, and The second question, which would go to your presentation and all the others that will be following, I assume that in the change in the I codes, there's changes in the reference standards being referenced.
Yes.
Have you gone through an analysis, or has your committee gone through an analysis of the changes in the reference standards as they affect the code?
I can't say there was an exhaustive review of all the reference standards. We did this over 8 weeks. I can say, or I believe, there was a substantial review on some of the structural reference standards. But the rest of the standards, only if the committee members took the time themselves in their independent reviews to do so.
Okay, because in some cases, the changes in the reference standards make bigger changes in the code itself than just the difference between the 09 and the 12
Understood, yeah.
I codes. So
Yeah, that can be a monumental task to review all that.
I understand that can be a monumental
Yeah.
problem when the code hits the public.
Right.
So I make that comment, Mr. Chairman, as to all the subcommittees.
Noted. Ray, you wanted to make a comment on that?
Yeah, Bob, just to maybe add a little more information to that. In the past, typically DOS and the chairs of the particular technical subcommittees have looked at the standards. And typically we don't get input from the committee members on the different task groups except in select cases. So for example, seismic was a big issue. So we had a structural engineer that knows seismic look at the reference standards related to that. So we do certain ones, but in general, we leave it to DOS folks to look at the standards.
So those people that may have a particular interest in some standards that come forward and inform the committee chair or some subcommittee members of the committee to discuss.
Right, and that happens, but in general, that's how we do it. It's such a volume of material to cover.
There's stuff that's tucked in there that comes to hit you between the eyes when you're off.
So noted. Mr. Lee, you had a question.
Yes. In the Chapter 4, new provisions for buildings that are taller than 420 feet, you highlighted what the changes were from the prior I codes, including the occupant evacuation elevator and the potential for the third egress stair. Can you clarify what the committee's decision on this is, and if you do indeed proceed to recommend this as for adoption?
The committee did recommend that for adoption. All those that I highlighted were recommendations for adoption.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Additional comments or questions? Mr. Flanagan?
Well, listening to this, and I want to thank Mark for doing it for us this way. But I'll tell you, when we go forward and we have to go to public hearings and different things that we will have to do someplace down the line, we're going to have to be prepared to defend a lot of these things. And because public safety is an important point, and people living in buildings, it's important. And that's what we're looking at, fire safety, exiting. You hear a lot of things about exiting in here. Your question, Mr. Hankin, about the sprinkler systems, things like that. There's going to be a lot of questions, so we're really going to have to look at this and be prepared to, well, maybe defend ourselves on why we're going forward. But public safety seems to be the greatest thing that we can go.
Thank you. Additional comments, questions? Seeing none. Mark, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll go to the podium.
What's that?
I'll go to the podium.
Okay. Next, we're going to hear from the technical subcommittee reviewing the International Existing Building Code. And Ray Andrews, you may know him, is the chair of the IEBC Technical Subcommittee. So, Ray.
Okay. First off, I want to note that in general, the technical subcommittees were reduced slightly in size. That happened with the existing building code. We felt that we had done this enough that we could do that, except that we did retain the expertise we needed to do the work we did. We had 10 individuals on the existing building code technical subcommittee, and we had 13 meetings. meetings went approximately 1.5 hours to 2 hours, so they were not as long as Mark's. I'll note that in general, I don't believe we made any additional additions on our own into the EBC. And in general, we kept to the language of the ICC 12. The EBC basically is broken into 3 separate parts, and they deal with the different compliance methods. There's a compliance method that's prescriptive, there's a work area compliance method, which is the majority of the book, and there's a performance method. Each one of these had changes between the 09 and the 12. We looked at these carefully. And I'm going to talk about 2 changes in general. The first is structural. A lot of seismic, a lot of structural came into the 7 book and certainly came into the 10 book that we had, the New York 10, which was based on the 06. A lot of it was seismic. It is our understanding that it has not worked as well as they expected. One of the reasons is the triggers in the code were set too low. If there was a 5% increase in stress structurally, then you had to start looking at the building and looking at what you had to start doing work for seismic and for possibly other structural work. Another was the definition of substantial structural damage was. So even though the committee doesn't typically look at definitions, we looked at definitions because the definition of substantial structural damage was changed, and it now has gone from 20% on a vertical supporting member to a 33%. And sprinkled throughout these different compliance methods, the 5% stress that a structural engineer would have to look for has now been increased to a 10% stress. So in general, they have made it easier for the engineers to look at the building to see if something has happened, because through the period of time between the 6 and the 9 and the 12 version, they have found that structural engineers are having a difficult time going so deep and looking at a small amount of stress change to start making corrections. They've also found that people are reluctant to do work on existing buildings because the triggers were set so low. So for those 2 reasons, structural has, if you want to say it, been slightly reduced in terms of what you have to look for before you start doing seismic work and other structural work. So, and also coupled with that is they provided some alternative standards. ACI 41, for example, was added in parts to make it easier for the structural engineers. And last, appendices. So I'm going to jump around a little bit, but I'm going to stay with structural. There were voluntary requirements in Appendices C, which was added to this book. Our codes do not include voluntary appendices. So the committee voted to remove those. So if a structural engineer was looking at a building, the owner or the engineer wanted to do something not required by the code, this gave them a compliance path, a way to do it. It seemed to us inappropriate. The structural engineers knew these appendices chapters that were there anyway. They wanted to do the work. They could do the work anyway. We're not going to put a voluntary item within the code. And last, there was an appendices that dealt with residential, true residential 1 and 2 families. That was also removed by the committee. That's going to be sent over to the residential technical subcommittee for possible inclusion in the residential code. So that's the first general overview of structural. The second one was a handicap. In general, we have gone above the ICC in terms of handicap requirements, especially in Type B units. Looking at this, we have decided to pull back and just use what the ICC 12 has. We also talked to the United Spinal Association. They assisted us on this. They felt that what was currently in the 12 was very appropriate. So we reduced, in some cases, the requirements for handicap back into the ICC code and have not had New Yorkisms attached to it anymore. Also, the 12 in itself has gone down somewhat. For example, I'm just going to give you one example on handicap, and then I'm going to move on. In alteration level 1, there is a requirement currently in the 10 that says you also have to look at compliance with Chapter 1 of the Building Code and the ICC ANSI document 117. That was removed, and in addition, in the 12 language, we basically note that you do not need Type B units when you do rehabs unless you're into alteration level 3. So we basically went with the ICC 12 language regarding handicap and regarding structural. Now, I noted that there are 3 compliance methods. Actually, there's 4. The 4th one is a very odd one. It basically says, and it is currently housed in Chapter 1, and it says that if the code official allows, the owner, builder, designer can use a pre-existing code when the building was built to do all alteration work. It's a very odd statement for us, and the reason is it was written to use the previous legacy codes that made up the ICC codes today. The BOCA document, the Uniform Code from the West, the Southern Standard. So if your building was built under those codes and the code official would allow you, you could meet the standards in those previously existing codes, and that would be okay as long as it was okay with the code official for the community. That's a problem in New York because we never had the previous existing legacy codes. We had the Uniform Code since '84. Prior code was the State Building Construction Code, which had to be adopted, and certain communities had their own unique codes prior to that. So we have had issues in the office from people calling, trying to understand what that means, how to deal with it, etc. It doesn't work in New York because we did not have the previous legacy codes. We voted to get rid of it. So right now we're recommending that that be gone. Any questions? Okay. I'm going to go through the prescriptive compliance method and just hit some of the highlights of the different chapters. In the prescriptive compliance method, in the current 10, we did not accept the ICC language because we found it more restrictive to deal with historic buildings. Basically, the prescriptive compliance method tells you to go to the building code, tells you to go to the mechanical code, comply with these codes to work on an existing building. However, there's a series of sections, handicap, structural, historic, and they make modifications so it's a little more user-friendly to use the prescriptive method when you deal with the actual codes you use to build a building. We found the last time we looked at this that the historic part was very restrictive, more so than what you found in the work compliance method. And so we sent the reader to the work compliance method for historic in 2010. That really doesn't work very well because you're using a prescriptive method, and then suddenly if you have a historic building, you're jumping around through the work compliance method. So we looked at the 12 language. We found the 12 language was fairly reasonable. Talks about mostly structural and handicap in terms of historic building. So we're recommending that we get rid of our compliance method now for prescriptive, and we simply use the ICC 12 language. We feel it works better. Jumping into repairs, we retained a number of what you might want to call the New Yorkisms, one of which was for historic glazing, panel doors, transoms, which are sprinkled throughout the building, throughout the code. So, for example, under the ICC, if you were working on a historic window, a Tiffany window, you would get no pass. You would have to alter the window in certain locations to meet the current code, even though you might have a historic glass window. They felt this was inappropriate. We haven't had any issues with that. We want to retain that. So for those few New Yorkisms, we decided to keep those. We also decided to keep the New Yorkism on nightclubs. Council was very concerned after the fire in Rhode Island. We did a nightclub quote-unquote amendment. The nightclub amendment is sprinkled throughout the existing building code in different parts, the different prescriptive work area performance methods. We feel it's absolutely essential to keep that, and so we retain that as well. We did add some additional language for clarity. I said we didn't make New York changes, but we believe we needed to make additional clarity. For example, If you're going to put solar panels on a roof, existing building, how do you know how to do it? Where do you go for the requirements? It is my opinion and others that the existing building code tells you to go to the building code. However, there's some confusion on that. There has been some non-compliance on that. So we have added language for additional clarity to know where if you put in a new system in a building, you have to go to the appropriate code to do that, such as the building code. We also kept the lower ceiling height, which is 6'10" in the code, instead of the 7 feet that's now recommended in the ICC 12 for the IEBC. We've had a tremendous amount of problem in New York with variances because people have pre-existing non-conforming buildings. New York State is loaded with 19th century buildings. I have 18th century buildings close to me, and to try to have a 7-foot ceiling height is problematic, so we decided to keep the 6'10" that's in the current code. An additional item under alteration level 2, there's a piece that if you are doing a work area and you have multiple tenants, you're required to put a sprinkler system in. However, there is an exception. If there's not adequate water, you do not have to put the sprinkler system in the work area method. Dan Nichols from our office, who's the chair of our technical fire committee and also on the ICC's fire committee, basically came up with, if you do not have to put the sprinkler system in, then he believed that you should put in a smoke detecting system in lieu of the sprinkler system. That passed, it's in the ICC, we voted to adopt that as well. Big item we did not change was single exit buildings. It's the committee's opinion, after looking carefully at the ICC 2012, that single exit buildings, which this state, if you want to call it, is blessed or unblessed with, are very, very difficult to work with. And so there are some exceptions in the IEBC that allows you to have a single exit building, but after reviewing it, we decided to keep what we have. Problem being with the ICC document is, to have a single exit building, when you start to get to the upper floors, they want a smoke-proof enclosure. Also, the ICC does not require sprinkler systems, and in our occupancies, you can have an unlimited in height, unlimited, are without a sprinkler system with a smoke-proof enclosure. We believe that, one, that what we have is safer in terms of an exit stairway, sprinklering the building, than what the ICC has. And the committee, who have people with expertise that actually work on existing buildings, several of them have, they say it's fairly impractical to put a smoke-proof enclosure in an existing building. Also, the ICC uses a series of sections to tell you how to do single exit buildings. We have done several charts, which we believe are easier to understand and encompass more information and more requirements than what's found in the ICC documents. And in talking with the Preservation League of New York, they basically have told us that this particular part of the EBC has been instrumental in helping work on downtown areas, second floors and third floors of commercial on the first floor, apartments up above. And so they like it, they feel that it's working in New York, so we've retained that. So we're not recommending going to the ICC document on that. Fire escapes now require larger emergency egress windows. One of the main reasons, and it's an additional cost, when you're allowed to put a fire escape on a building in the EBC, is because the fire and emergency responders cannot get through the windows that are currently in the code, so increase the windows for those folks. One thing that we did reduce also is on our main entrance, or main exit, if you want to call it that, we limit it to 100 individuals. The ICC has always used 300. After looking at this and looking at the safety that comprises the EBC now and the building code, we believe that we can kick up 300 individuals going through the main exit doors if it has the capacity based on the safety features that are in the ICC documents. So we're recommending that we remove the New Yorkism and go to the ICC language. We also recommend, as they have put in the ICC 12, that we sprinkler rubbish chutes. We feel that rubbish chutes, even though it is a cost, it's not a substantial cost, but it's clearly when a building, and again, these are triggers that when you work on a building, and say you're in the work compliance method, and you're doing an alteration 2 or an alteration 3, at that point, you start looking at these shafts that are going through the building and you start treating them. That's where you would capture this. And so we believe that despite some cost, this is essential to sprinkle these chutes or to close them off. Another item we had is in the EBC, there was a requirement to have a certain fire area, and then you had to have a firewall. We've had a series of variances in New York State where the boards of review have allowed fire separation in lieu of a firewall, contingent on the building being sprinkled, and also that the area be reduced to a more reasonable level than the fire area. This was actually proposed by one of the architects, quote unquote engineers. He's an architect and engineer, Joe McGrath, who works for our office and is in the capital region. And he proposed this. We went to the ICC with it. They liked it. They accepted it. We don't have it in our code, but the ICC has it from us. So we're recommending that we actually accept that, and we put that in the code as well. It has worked very well in New York through variances. It seems to be working in the country. And so we accept the proposal we did to the ICC in terms of providing fire separations in lieu of firewalls, provided safety features are provided, and there's a reduction in area to do that. And I think I've covered the EBC except for one item, and the one item is the fire code of New York State also has requirements for existing buildings. The ICC often has requirements hopefully similar to what they have from the building code, the fire code, maybe in the EBC, and the reason is certain municipalities, states might not adopt one document, why they might adopt others, and so they would like features for existing buildings. We will have to coordinate with the fire code. Dan Nichols has attended our meetings. We're going to work with him afterwards. When the fire code is set with their requirements, we will ensure that there are no conflicts between the fire code and the EBC. And that is my presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Ray. Again, another technical subcommittee. You can see it's done a tremendous amount of work. Thank you for that report. Understanding that we will not be asking any action from the council on this subcommittee's recommendations today, but we'll be doing that in the future within the next couple of months. Are there any questions or comments that members of the council have for Ray at this time? Mr. Hankin?
Ray, in existing buildings, if you require a sprinkler, whatever word you use, if there's no public water available, you still require that sprinkler installation?
No, they have two ways of describing it. Sometimes they say if water is available on the floor, if water is available to the building. So if you don't have that, you may get away without putting the sprinkler in.
Oh, that's in the code.
Yeah, it's already there. It depends. You know, the sections are different from here and there, but it's not untypical that if there's no water present, you don't have to do it. I mentioned the one thing that Dan Nichols didn't like. He was very concerned that you could get away with a sprinkler in some of these areas and provide nothing because there was no water available. And water available is a pump and everything to get the water up. And so he put the smoke detection in as a compensating factor.
Thank you.
Additional comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ray. We have two more technical subcommittee reports to complete this agenda item. And what I'm going to suggest is that we take a 10-minute break, then we'll go back on the record and we'll complete the reports. Okay, so we're going to go back on the record in 10 minutes. Thank you. You okay? Okay. Well, also understanding we don't have any other action yet. But I think the next two reports will be relatively.
Next meeting, I'll make sure. So probably have to leave early, but I'll come up separate. So probably can be later, right?
Yeah. The next one.
Whenever like there's something that's like annoying and I see, I'm like, really? I know.
You haven't changed, you look good.
Thank you. I have to go to the, I'm more dressed up than the city, so I have a dinner. So, but it's
Hi.
They approached the bench.
Hey, are you?
I don't know where your office is.
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine.
I'm so sorry.
So I'm gonna be there before that.
Just want to say hello to John Coffey.
Hi, John. How are you? I didn't get a chance to say hi to you yesterday.
I was actually a breeze by.
Yes.
I was just trying to. I had your email. I saw you were in summertime. I needed to get here, and this stuff's in the thick of things. I'm trying to cut my teeth in some other states because it's going to less complicated. Yes.
Right. Okay.
It kind of goes through the fire commission there. One spot, Delaware, kind of more than the states. Totally different, but this was a lot to bite off for the first blush.
Well, I'm glad you came.
Yeah, well, this is the
Ray.
third one I've been to. I went to Buffalo a couple months ago. I was here 6 months ago, whatever it was. And, I'm fine. I feel like I can see the ground. My feet aren't quite there yet, but I'm slowly getting there.
Good. That's great.
And talk to Ray, and I'm going to try to meet with him every couple months, whatever. Just an hour here, hour there. Just a little bit. You guys been doing stuff with the animals. I mean, I'm a fire guy.
As long as he Vince tomorrow night.
Limited background, but experts in the tell me that I need to know. And if I have questions, I can talk about it. I just want to say hello.
Yeah, I'm glad I saw you over there. And
I'm diligently taking notes and trying to follow up on it. And I talked to Tim Boucher, I know Tim pretty well.
Yeah.
I went to Maryland with him. So, at any rate.
Tim's great. He's been a great resource for us over the years.
Yeah, he's all over this stuff.
He is.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Smith, I think, works with him. I've met him a couple of times.
Yeah.
I don't know him there as well, but those guys help keep him grounded.
Yeah.
Steve his boss. So I took all my coach training from him, and then had him working for me. So some of that stuff still.
You got a good one there too. Steve's great.
Oh my God. Just he's so positive, anal about it. How to get it, how to find it, and the interpretation he has unbelievable. I'm sure he's still up to speed now. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is. I haven't talked to him in a while, but all right, I'll let you get back to work and
oh sure,
good. Just want to stop up.
Let me introduce you. Dottie is the government relations rep, vice president of government relations at ICC. So
I may have met her some places. So she looks familiar, but I haven't met her.
Okay.
But I may have somebody new.
I'm sure she'd love to meet you as well.
Yeah.
Hey, Dottie. Hi. I'm sorry to interrupt. Dottie, I want to introduce you.
Hi, I was saying we haven't met.
I was going to say, you look familiar to me, and I don't know how, where, why.
From
but,
being various events and things like that, but it's so Oh, good. Well, it's funny because that's what I've always said when I was saying that to Rob. He's like, I'm sure you met him. I'm like, I know I've met him, but I can't place you. So I want to do for
Well,
you.
I'm trying to really just incognito and learn the ropes.
Well, but never.
Yeah, as I said, this
Or
is
if
all.
there's a person that I'm going to that I think is helpful,
Yeah.
or, you know, are you're doing convenient stuff too,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Okay,
I might
so,
have seen it on Pennsylvania.
well, yeah, Roland, my county, for me, is there, but, you know, he's hospital, so that whole thing, so anything I can, I'll just send you.
I mean, there's certain, Ron, like in South States, I get these easy cards. Got a couple of easy states for me, like process, not necessarily translates, but at least you understand what you're talking about here. Pennsylvania, New York, I mean, I knew New York, but it's so tough. I had to start there.
Well, we're hoping at least we
Oh, here, yeah.
you know, at least here, that'll be a good help.
I don't see any more at all. And I talked to Dean, Chief of Rochester.
Yeah.
And all the bigger firms. I talked to Lloyd Ayers and Philly, Pittsburgh, bigger cities. I mean, I don't mean that in a negative way, but
No.
they're parochial,
It's a-
you know?
it's the
They can't worry
mentality,
about
it
what's
really
going on
is.
in small town Pennsylvania when they've got, you know,
And we've had a lot, I mean, I've heard a lot, like, from people on my roster, like, geez, the officials have said.
The worst, I'd say, is
I can't go to some other jurisdiction, I'm like, oh, you know, versus here, you tend to have much more, you know, obviously, like,
Yeah, everybody
in
sits and
Monroe
talks.
County, everybody's so active, you know, they're used to, like, where they're first, maybe not great.
I could never get, I can't get my head around that. But it's,
Pennsylvania, they're like scared. I'm like, really? You know?
yeah, so I end up driving these small places, go have lunches. That's all right. I don't mind it.
I know.
But it gets
you
out.
know,
Sometimes it gets there, right? Yeah, I understand.
I know. I had like
So,
TT
all
from
right.
my coach.
Okay, you got it.
They did. Bring the big stuff to me that I need to know about. So it's working its way through. I think so. I don't know, but so far so good.
Well, I'll keep you, I'll make sure to,
Please. Yeah, I'm
keep you in the
probably
loop.
like you.
I'm
It's all
hearing it,
email,
yeah,
phones,
I'll
whatever.
keep you posted on anything I hear, on all the, you know, and you're.
I don't have it here.
Right.
No, I went to New York, South Virginia.
Okay,
Just turn my luck.
all right, well, I'll make sure Roland is too, or that really be Roland,
I'll start running the
maybe
roll.
Justin.
No, I know his name, but I've met
Feels
him.
like Maryland.
Yeah, I might have met him.
Okay.
I've got Maryland.
I'll make sure though, between me, Roland, and Justin, we keep.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. There's a lot of this stuff. This is, I mean, I heard about all that stuff back in the day. I don't consider myself that stuff. Anything, and I have no intention of doing anything. That, I think we all agree.
There's a common
There's
interest
absolutely.
there.
Yeah, and they're like a bunch of families, I mean, whatever. Oh, they do.
They throw anybody off their rack. I'm sure. Well, you know,
Can you
you're supposed
imagine?
to.
We wouldn't be able to get over that.
Oh.
You know, like I just laughed.
Well, that's what I say. It's not complicated. It's just it's structured. It's organized. I mean, once you figure out how things work, it makes sense. There, just we're going to show up on this meeting. Oh, it's and then they stare each other down. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's a professional people. Professional people.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the case.
I'm going to ask people to sit down, and we're going to get back on the record in a minute. Thanks.
I'll be around too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good to see you too.
I have to put my head down. One of the issues was there was an amendment. It didn't end up in the.
We've been talking about
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, yeah.
So they made a fix.
I think we're on. We'll resume at 11:55.
11:53.
I can't.
Enough to know the one that collect with us, then get out of the way.
Well, we've got to have someone that will co-chair with Ray.
I have no.
We will on that.
Research.
No.
What I explained.
I feel like I'm much more
sustainability officer. There was a local law every agency has to have. The office never picked that up for retirement. Interviewed ages ago, but there's a whole process going through budget. She was with TAD Architects as their sustainability compliance person.
Yeah, well, I understand. Looking for a partial.
GINA.
So you get everybody back in?
Yeah. Okay, we've got, okay, we're gonna go back on the record.
But I have people there, so.
I see we have a quorum, with Mr. Hankin, in the back of the room. So we will, we'll continue with the meeting. Thank you. As I said, we have two more technical subcommittee reports to present. The next, I believe, is going to be the Plumbing, Mechanical, and Fuel Gas Code Committee. Ray, would you like to introduce the subcommittee chair and present any opening comments?
Yes, John Adario is here today, and he's going to present them, I believe, one after another.
Yes. Thank you. I was planning on, if it's okay with this code counselor, is to briefly summary of the subcommittee, and then kind of address some of the substantial changes, and then look at some of the recommendations by these subcommittee members, and then address any questions that the council may have as far as the charts, if that's okay. The Plumbing, Mechanical, and Fuel Gas Subcommittee was made up of 7 members, consisting of 3 code officials, 3 engineers, and a fuel gas consultant. The subcommittee was responsible for reviewing the 3 standalone codes, plus the plumbing, mechanical, and fuel gas sections of the residential code. The subcommittee members were initially provided with the charts, which are on the website, which basically cover all the changes within the codes. And we're asked to review both the charts and the codes themselves for items to bring forth for discussion. The subcommittee started meeting on June 7th and participated in a total of 10 meetings to finalize their review and recommendations. Overall, the new items found in both the updated codes were accepted and recommended for adoption with a few modifications. The existing New York State enhancements were discussed and voted on for inclusion in the proposed update. In general, the existing New York enhancements were recommended to be brought forward also. Now, I'd like to highlight some of the changes in the 2009 and 2012 Plumbing, Mechanical, and Fuel Gas Code. I basically covered the plumbing first, and I'm including some of the residential stuff in there as well. If anybody has any questions or needs a clarification, just feel free to interrupt me. As far as the plumbing, and this is in no specific order, field installed shower liners must now be tested to ensure the installation is watertight. A new section in 2904 of the Residential Code provides a prescriptive approach for the design and installation of residential sprinkler systems when they are installed. This is an alternative to a 13D system. Sinks utilized for cleaning food utensils Dishes, pots, serviceware must be indirectly connected to the sanitary system. And water heaters must have a clear space of 30 inches by 30 inches on the control side, and no other equipment, piping or ductwork running to or from other equipment shall block that 30-inch space. That was essentially the 2009 substantial changes. And in 2012, all plumbing products and materials are now required to be listed by a third-party certification agency. That includes piping. Requirements for design of siphonic roof tray systems have been added to the code. Usually used in, they've been used in Europe for quite a while, about 40 years, and a lot of times they're utilized on green construction. Air admittance valves combined with a specific standard are now allowed for venting chemical waste systems. Single stack vent system, also known as the Philadelphia stack method, has been added to the code. The code expands upon suitable materials for pressurized sewage discharge applications and ratings. And overall, the codes, and this is true for all four, is that they include new piping materials and joining methods. And that's the substantial items for the plumbing. If there's any questions on those?
Do you want to take each code?
We can do it either way. I mean, I can address the plumbing if we.
Why don't we do that? If you've completed
the plumbing, yes.
Plumbing,
yes.
Then why don't we see if members of the council have specific questions about the plumbing code? Mr. Hankin?
You mentioned that the shower liner has to be tested.
Yes.
Now, who tests the shower liner, and does the code official test it, or does the code official get certification that the test has been done? How is this going to work?
It's not specific, but if you want my opinion, it would be that we would have to verify that it was tested, either some sort of certification or witness the test.
Okay. Thank you.
Additional questions?
Another consulting job for you.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, mechanical code. Residential exhaust hood systems capable of exhausting in excess of 400 CFM are now required to be provided with makeup air. The average is usually, if you got your standard hood, it would be 180 to maybe 300 CFM. I think a special order deluxe unit may be 400, and at that point they would be required to provide some sort of makeup air. The outdoor air ventilation requirements of Chapter 4 has been revised to reflect ASHRAE 62. It's a pretty substantial change. It's a reduction in the outdoor air required. I think Joe Hill mentioned that there were some changes. There's different factors that you look at as far as you look at the HVAC equipment, you look at the breathing zone and the occupancy, and the rates are a little bit different, so there's an energy savings there and also a cost reduction. Residential-wise, the maximum length of clothes dryer exhaust ducts has increased from 25 to 35 feet, and basically they've actually broken out the fittings so that you're looking at a long radius 90 and a short radius 90, and they have a different friction loss. So they actually expanded that whole section. That's why they increased it to 35 feet, because you're actually looking at the fittings. And then also a new section in the refrigerant piping was added to require locking access caps or to prevent unauthorized access to outdoor refrigerant systems to prevent individuals from inhaling the refrigerant. And that was essentially 2009, and then the IMC. Then I'll touch upon some of the 2012 changes.
Mr. Hankin?
Can you talk about, I didn't fully understand this refrigerant gas. Basically, when you have a air conditioning unit.
Condensing unit outside, right?
The condensing unit outside, you talked about locking it somehow?
You know the caps where they add the refrigerant?
Right.
Those have to be locking or not accessible.
That can?
Yes.
Okay, not the, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you had to protect the pipes, but okay.
No, it's just the cap. Just the cap.
Thank you.
Okay. 2012 IMC covers residential solar energy systems, both thermal and PV panels, and they're specifically included in the code now. And this is an item that you had was mentioned earlier, and it was that commercial mechanical systems must be maintained in accordance with ASHRAE standard 180. And this isn't something that the code official would be inspecting for. Basically, if there was a problem, an issue with a job or a project or an existing building, they could make sure that it was maintained to that new standard. The code now requires combustible material and return air plans to be listed and labeled to verify compliance with ASTM E84. Air dispersion systems, which are the fabric duct type systems that you see in like factories, those are specifically covered in the code. The code now clarifies field applied duct enclosures can't be used on a type 1 hood penetrating a ceiling. This type of field wrapped enclosure is listed for the duct, not the hood itself. And there's a lot of misapplications out there that's actually being used for the hood and considered as an appropriate application, which it is. So the code basically spells that out. The code now includes design and installation requirements for whole house ventilation systems, either continuous or intermittent systems. And that's it for the mechanical.
Questions on the mechanical code? Mr. Hankin?
I thought I heard you say that on the return air plumbing, it can't have any material that's not fireproof within it? Is that what you said?
Any combustible material in a return air plumbing to be listed and labeled to verify compliance with the
So that
E84.
if, and I assume this goes to the residential code also, and the energy code. If you have a return air plenum by way of a stud space, that couldn't be done under that because the studs would not be listed.
Yeah, I don't.
May want to discuss.
Right,
that with you
right. Yeah, I don't want to answer that. Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Additional questions? Okay, let's proceed with the fuel gas code.
Okay. Section 505 of the fuel gas code was revised in an attempt to clarify there was a problem with the appliance and hood interlock, which is if an appliance had a standing pilot. Essentially, the way the code was written, it basically required the pilot to go out because you shut off the gas supply to the unit. That's been corrected. A new section in 630 requires special ventilation for any unvented infrared heaters. Section 304 was reworded to clarify makeup air must be provided any space in which exhaust fans or kitchen or clothes dryer exhaust are capable of depressurizing the space and interfering with the function of the appliance. And that's the 2009, 2012, which was, those items included in this. All piping, tubing, and fittings in a fuel gas system must bear the manufacturer's identification. In other words, black steel pipe or fittings, whatever, they have to have the manufacturer's label on there. The new code clarifies gypsum board requires clearances the same as any other combustible material. And then the last item is the requirement for flashback arresters and check valves in a fuel system used with oxygen for hot work. And that's it for the fuel gas code.
Questions on the fuel gas code for John?
Now I'll just briefly go over some of the modifications recommended by the technical subcommittee. The first item was to modify the exception for the requirement for a type 1 hood for countertop electric appliances. Basically, if the unit puts out less than a specified amount of grease. It was exempt from having a Type 1 hood. The subcommittee looked at that and said, well, that's great, but a lot of these units you can stack, so you could have 6 of these units. They would all be exempt under the I code. So we basically limited it to 2 units in the same space. Next item was to remove the New York State exception for low water cutoff on boilers. This was something that we had approved. It was a code proposal to the I codes. It didn't make it through the I codes, but we did approve it, and now we're basically going back to the 2012 fuel gas code, which doesn't have the exception. In a type 8.1, 8.2, 8.3 occupancy for existing buildings was to allow portable toilet facilities to be used for seasonal outdoor seating and entertainment. Basically, if you have an existing building, you add a patio or a deck, they increase the occupancy load. They would either have to go into the existing building, increase the toilet facilities, or with this proposed amendment, we would actually allow them for that seasonal use to add portable toilet facilities if they chose to. Next item, include requirements to coordinate the plumbing code with federal legislation limiting the amount of lead used in plumbing products. This proposal was approved for the 2015 IPC, and it basically is a federal legislation that basically changed a little bit how you determine the lead content in plumbing products and pipes, and it just kind of coincides with that. Basically, the new language is in line with that, which goes into effect, I believe, January 1st, 2013. And then the last item, we add reference to the DEC regulations in reference to the installation and maintenance of outdoor wood boilers. Similar provisions were approved by the Property Maintenance Technical Subcommittee. The mechanical code will include similar reference for the installation of the boilers. It's basically just saying, see the DEC regulations. And that's it.
Any comments or questions on the recommendations that John just outlined for from the committee? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
And finally, the Property Maintenance Code Technical Subcommittee. Ray, would you like to introduce the chair?
Yes, the chair is Mike Auerbach, and he will give you the report.
Good morning. I'm Michael Auerbach. I'm with the Department of State Codes Division, Senior Building Construction Engineer. I'm the chair of the Property Maintenance Code Technical Subcommittee. I'm surprised that the Property Maintenance Code is going last because, of course, it's the most important of the codes because it refers to all buildings at all times. And we're getting close to lunch, so I'll try to make this quick. The Technical Subcommittee was comprised of 7 persons, and me as the chair. Those are volunteers with a lot of different interests and expertise. We met many times over the last 7 months. A lot of email traffic, as Mark Wonka had said, that we had, and personal discussions. The information has been posted on the internet, our Department of State internet website for that period. The minutes of the meetings and the chart, which is a work in progress, has been there. The chart is the most important as far as I'm concerned because it documents, as we went forward, all the changes and things that were discussed. And I hope you've all seen that. Regardless of that, I will identify the 2 areas that I felt were the most important changes as far as I can see. And those dealt with outdoor wood boilers, because of the concern about the byproducts that are produced via combustion, about their use, and just general concerns that were registered. The technical subcommittee voted to include a provision to coordinate with the Department of Environmental Conservation standards and try to in some way identify and solve some of the problems that technical assistants had been getting regarding these. The second item dealt with elevator inspections, and that was based upon industry concerns and, of course, the Office of the State Controller's audit that was put out. And the technical subcommittee voted to recommend to the Codes Council that a chart regarding mandatory as opposed to voluntary inspection standards be included. That comes from the ICC codes, and Nancy, where's Jim? 17?
A17-1.
And Jim had presented that and represented his task group's opinion on it. Those were the two main ones. There were changes, of course, based upon the previous ICC codes and the New York editions. We looked at all of them. I think I can say that, in my opinion at least, all of those changes that have been made in the ICC reflect a consensus of the building industry, the public, and of course the building code enforcement community. So, in summary, we're going to stick to the ICC changes, plus those two that we have, which will become New York isms, in my terminology. There is still a lot of coordination to be done with the other codes, but I think we're well on our way since we met many times. I don't think it's the hours that other committees had, because it is a much smaller code. And I'll entertain any questions that anyone has.
Thank you. Any questions for Mike or comments at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. All right, before we go to the next agenda item, I would like to recognize all of the chairs that have presented today. We have additional reports that will be presented to you in future meetings, similar to the information that you've received today from these technical subcommittees. But I believe that the reports that you heard today very clearly illustrate the tremendous amount of work that has gone into reviewing these documents on your behalf and on behalf of the state, and have led to some of the recommendations that you will be considering and taking action on in future meetings. So on behalf of the Code Council, I'd like to commend the technical subcommittee chairs for the reports that you presented today, and ask that you convey the best wishes and thanks of the Code Council for the work that they have contributed to this effort. So thank you very much. Agenda item number 5, future meetings. Ray?
Yes, I did note that the next meeting of the council is going to be February 13th. I expect that the remaining technical subcommittee chairs will present their codes. We will have the chairs or an appropriate person here to answer any questions on the other technical subcommittees if you have questions. As always, you may contact us if you want something put forward or want something clarified. Please send an email or give a call. We will do that either directly to the chair or to myself. And last, the April 24th meeting, as I said earlier, is not on the agenda. It's gone. It will be deleted.
Any questions about the meeting schedule? Mr. Henkin?
On the next meeting in February, are we going to be asked to prove something about the residential energy code?
At the next meeting, you're going to see the energy code as a whole. So you're going to see the residential, all parts, and noting that we've already moved on the commercial part.
And are we going to be asked to send that particular part of the whole energy code to the governor's office for approval?
Yes. My expectation is yes, because what you're going to get is this interim where we're going to be using the NICR book to take on the commercial pieces and explaining that along with the ICC 12, what fashion the next version of the energy code is going to be done in, I'm not sure, but it's going to be a complete document then. So we'll bring that back knowing that you've already okayed the commercial part, but there'll be pieces that link the two, maybe something in chapter 1 that'll be brought forward.
Well, we haven't had a chance to review, similar to these codes today, the energy code, have we?
No, we will have the residential part and anything that wasn't presented on a chart up online. You can look at that, ask questions, but similar to what you saw today, we'll bring the residential part of the, Joe, do you want to?
The chart is online, it has been online.
So the residential piece is there as well? Yeah, okay.
The only point I'm making, Ray, is that I brought up some questions today that hopefully the subcommittee will go back and study. I'm not gonna have that opportunity at the February meeting because the council's gonna be asked to, I'm sure, to forward it to the governor's office. And if there were a situation like today where one member voting nay means it doesn't happen.
Well,
it might not happen.
I'm
just saying I would have preferred that the residential energy code would be reviewed today.
You know, the real problem is it wasn't completed because of the rigorous schedule we had to meet for the commercial piece. So I think they and correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, they concentrated on doing the commercial part, and they still have to finish the residential. In reality, the reason you're not seeing the other technical subcommittee chairs here is because they haven't completed the task to bring the thing forward, which will be done for February. So residential wasn't ready to come forward today.
But evidently the energy code is the only one where we're getting pressured by DOE. The other codes, we're getting pressured by possibly the governor's office, but there's not a pot of gold out there that if we don't pass it doesn't happen.
Well, I think the residential and the resident energy code are in the same position as the uniform code parts are. So the governor does want those updated by May of 14. Not so sure DOE, as you said, but that's still a rigorous schedule to meet. I can only suggest that you look at the chart, see what's there. You know, it's probably well along, just not completed. If you see any issues with that, I would suggest you talk to Joe, send an email to Joe or myself. We'll deal with each one of those, at least try to answer your questions. And if there's pieces that you think we should do additional work, it would be good to know them now before we get to the fair. We have time, so we can look at that, talk to you, and even go back to the committee regarding residential items before the February 13th. So when you come in the room on the 13th, hopefully it's done, and most, if not all, your questions will be answered.
But it leaves the other members of the council out of the discussion. Any question I asked today, every member of the council heard it and can.
I don't have the only other.
They won't be able to.
The only other answer I have is if we can complete this by emails, I could forward emails to, to the entire council on particular items. If you wish to do that, then they're updated on what you're asking and what's. In fact, that can be true of all the council members. If council members wish to ask questions and want those questions to be looked at and see resolution, we can share that with all the council members, as we always have. So that would be fine. So when we come in February 13th, hopefully a lot of the questions you might have, because council members are going to be looking at what we did and what we presented today, and even though we don't have additional questions now, someone may have questions and they want to ask something regarding the building code or ask something regarding the fire code, prior to that meeting. That's fine. You could ask those questions as we go along, look at the charts, and the majority are done. Ask those questions, and we could keep everyone in the loop, and you can see what our answers are to those questions.
Does that satisfy your situation?
Well, I understand the answer.
Thank you.
I wish it weren't so, but
I understand the answer. I wish it weren't so either. But
Additional questions about the meeting schedule? Okay. Last agenda item number 6. Is there any other business to be brought before the council at this time? Mr. Henkin?
I would just like to first of all, suggest, as I have several times in the past, that, and I know staff is stressed for time, but there's many members of the council that are not familiar with the code process, with the I process, with the standards process, and at the very least, while I suggested that we have some education possibly at the beginning of one of these meetings. Maybe we could just put together a booklet, including, the I codes have a booklet that explains their process, and NFPA has a booklet that explains their process. ASHRAE has so that those members of the council that aren't familiar and want to dig deeper into the process would have the opportunity to do it. So every time there's a new member that comes on board on the council, here's this book, okay? Because, the I process, the ICC process, at least at the final hearings, you have to be a code official, you have to be recommended by some municipality to vote. At least that was the last time I was things have changed, okay? The NFPA process, and everybody adopts the NEC as gospel. All you gotta do is pay your dues and you can vote. And I've said this before, you've gotta be very careful, because the easiest way for a manufacturer to get their product sold is to get it mandated through the code process. And some of these manufacturers, the cost of membership for 20, 30, or 50 members to bring to the final hearings is not out of line to sell millions of dollars worth of product. So I always bring up this thing about standards, but there's a lot of things that get buried in standards that become very expensive, and it's something that we should keep in mind. Thank you.
And I would add this one comment that while the I codes are developed through what is referred to commonly as a governmental consensus process, the other standards organizations, including NFPA, follow a process that is accredited by the American National Standards Institute. So there are specific criteria that these processes have to meet in developing technical standards, and those documents that are incorporated by reference into the ICOs do meet those criteria. So I think it's important to recognize that the process does meet standards for quality assurance, et cetera. So that's an important note to include in there as well. But that's good information. I think it's important that the council understand the various processes that these documents are created by before they actually get to this table. It's good information. So, okay, any other business for the council today? Okay, seeing none, before we adjourn, I recognize the technical subcommittees for their work. I did not want to fail to recognize the good work that all of you do every year. Many of you long-standing members of the council, on behalf of the Uniform Code, the Energy Code, and the process that we have here in New York to maintain our statewide codes. On behalf of the Department of State and the Secretary of State, I would like to thank you for your service again this year. It's hard to believe we've reached the end of another year. Thank you very much for your continued support, for your continued contribution. We've got another busy year ahead of us next year, but I have full confidence that this board will again do the right thing. So thank you. I want to wish all of you and your families the very best for a happy holiday. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn? Motion, and is there a second? Second, and we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
I'm with you.
Oh, the NICO book is the New York Codes, Rules, and Regulations. You know those green binders? They're probably some of the wall here someplace. That's our code used to be published.
Is it still recording? You have got to be kidding.